I got you, baby.
focused on one thing, making you successful with Cisco. With over 30 years of experience, we're the
shaping the world in its wake and altering the way we perceive things. IT is pulsing at the heart of today's business, and ManageEngine works towards simplifying IT management for businesses like yours. Enterprise IT management solutions designed to monitor and optimize your IT services, IT operations, IT security, Active Directory and Windows Server, desktops and mobile devices. Our exhaustive portfolio of over 40 products has managed the IT and is used by over 2 million IT pros across 190 countries. IT management solutions for the new speed of business.
At Comstor, we're 100% focused on one thing, making you successful with Cisco. With over 30 years of experience, we're the only distributor out there dedicated solely to Cisco. Here at Comstor, we eat, sleep, and breathe Cisco. We know their technologies, their strategies and programs inside out. So if you're a partner who wants to be more successful with Cisco, then follow me. You told us that you need a place where you can buy Cisco hardware, software, and services all in one stop. And that's why these guys created Partner Central, an incredible digital marketplace, which is absolutely next level. Advanced pricing?
Check.
Real-time data?
Check.
Stock availability?
Check.
Insights to keep your business ahead.
Double check.
Then there's partner learning, providing all sorts of training. And guess what? Most of them are even free. I can't say this too loud, but Cisco can be a bit complicated. But that's why you buy from us. We're the Cisco experts, and we're the 360 program experts. And what does this mean for you? Getting the most out of your Cisco partnership. When you work with us, we help you with everything, from Cisco resources up to getting you on the AWS marketplace. Plus, we're the first distributor fully accredited and equipped, able to sell Splunk solutions. And then finally, the Comstor Partner Portal, your one-stop shop for marketing tools, resources, and promotions. And it's got our Comstor AI chatbot. More than 250,000 queries answered, 24/7 access to stock info, configurators, and key materials, all in seconds. But we're not just digital, we're also personal. Like Thomas here. Or face to face.
Did you mention the financial solutions?
Like flexible payment terms to keep your cash flow strong. As a distie, you need us to hold stock. And boy, look at all this stock. And if you need us to do any further customization because it's convenient, saves you time, saves you money, then yeah, we can do it. With advanced logistical services, including staging,
I got you, baby. I got you, baby. I got you, baby.
Behind every digital masterpiece are our developers, coding wizards who bring functionality to life. Whether it's apps, websites, or software solutions, our developers are the architects of a seamless digital experience. Our developers are industry experts with a proven track record in creating cutting-edge solutions. Whether it's web development, mobile apps, or innovative software, our talent pool excels in diversity. Technologies and programming languages. Developers also help in events that thrive on innovation, and our developers are at the forefront of the latest trends. Their ability to incorporate emerging technologies ensures that your event remains ahead of the curve, leaving a lasting impression on attendees.
At Comstore, we're 100% focused on one thing, making you successful with Cisco.
With over 30 years of experience, we're the only distributor out there dedicated solely to Cisco. Here at Comstore, we eat, sleep, and breathe Cisco.
We know their technologies, their strategies and programs inside out. So if you're a partner who wants to be more successful with Cisco, then follow me. You told us that you need a place where you can buy Cisco hardware, software, and services
All in one stop.
And that's why these guys created Partner Central, an incredible digital marketplace, which is absolutely next level. Advanced pricing?
Check.
Real-time data?
Check.
Stock availability?
Check.
Insights to keep your business ahead.
Double check.
Then there's partner learning, providing all sorts of training. And guess what? Most of them are even free. I can't say this too loud, but Cisco can be a bit complicated. But that's why you buy from us. We're the Cisco experts, and we're the 360 program experts. And what does this mean for you? Getting the most out of your Cisco partnership. When you work with us, we help you with everything, from Cisco resources up to getting you on the AWS marketplace. Plus, we're the first distributor fully accredited and equipped, able to sell Splunk solutions. And then finally, the Comstore Partner Portal, your one-stop shop for marketing tools, resources, and promotions.
And it's got our Comstar AI chatbot. More than 250,000 queries answered, 24/7 access to stock info, configurators, and key materials, all in seconds. But we're not just digital, we're also personal. Like Thomas here. Everybody loves Thomas. We got a whole team of Thomases training you to be certified, remote or face-to-face.
Did you mention the financial solutions?
Like flexible payment terms to keep your cash flow strong.
As a distie, you need us to hold stock. And boy, look at all this stock. And if you need us to do any further customization because it's convenient, saves you time, saves you money, then yeah, we can do it. With advanced logistical services, including staging, configuration, built to your needs. What's not to like?
Want to see how Comstor can take your Cisco business to the next level? Contact us today and start unlocking new opportunities.
Knowledge is power, and our research division is the cornerstone of innovation. We delve deep, analyze trends, and provide insights that empower our clients to make informed decisions, ensuring they stay ahead of the curve. Engage your audience like never before with our interactive technologies. From live polls and Q&A sessions to gamification elements, we can create a dynamic and participatory atmosphere that keeps attendees actively involved throughout the event.
IT is evolving at breakneck speed, shaping the world in its wake and altering the way we perceive things. IT is pulsing at the heart of today's business, and ManageEngine works towards simplifying IT management for businesses like yours. Enterprise IT management solutions designed to monitor and optimize your IT services, IT operations, IT security, Active Directory and Windows Server, desktops and mobile devices. Our exhaustive portfolio of over 40 products has managed the IT and is used by over 2 million IT pros across 190 countries. Real-time IT management solutions for the new speed of business.
At DX5, we leverage the latest advancements in audiovisual technology, virtual reality, and interactive displays to enhance your events. Our team is dedicated to pushing boundaries and ensuring your event stands out in the tech landscape. Our talented team transforms ideas into reality through visual and auditory marvels. From video production to audio engineering, we set new standards for creativity as we provide quality services such as virtual events, virtual roundtables, webinars, podcasts, and studio shoots. We understand that each event is unique. Our experienced team works closely with you to understand your goals and tailor our services to meet your specific needs. Whether it's a product launch, conference, or networking event, we've got you covered. The heartbeat and hub of creativity. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, the success of any tech event hinges on its ability to seamlessly integrate the latest digital solutions. We understand the challenges you face in creating engaging, immersive, and technologically advanced experiences for your attendees. That's why we are excited to introduce our comprehensive suite of digital and online event services designed to elevate your events to new heights. Our digital and online services are at the forefront of the ever-evolving digital landscape. Our ever-fresh website is a one-stop shop for enterprise CIOs and business technology executives worldwide searching for unparalleled peer insight and expertise to remain on the cutting edge of business, tech, and leadership. From web development to content creation, we're crafting a seamless online presence for our clients, ensuring they stay ahead in the digital race. Understand what works and what can be improved to continually enhance the success of your tech events. Where innovation meets immersion in the digital realm.
So what generative AI has done, and most specifically ChatGPT and the likes, is democratization of what artificial intelligence is and making people understand what it is.
Any tech innovation must include the customer, must include customer experience excellence. The customer must be at the center.
The future is not coming, the future is here. And at the year ahead, 2025 is where that vision meets reality.
In AI is 20% more accurate, but AI alone is 30% more. But the question is, if there is a medical legal case, who is answering?
So data should amplify and not overshadow your leadership when it comes to doing this.
So if you don't act now, you'll be what? Somebody will force you to act.
The takeaway today is amazing because we've covered cybersecurity in another level. And above all, we've also covered AI so deep in the sense that I think in the future we no longer need passwords. for security reasons, we hand over everything to AI.
I have a prediction that institutions of higher learning or institutions like Go My Code ourselves, we will start focusing on the pertinent key skill of making sure that everybody is able to learn cybersecurity and even areas of ethics around cybersecurity.
Our creative design team, the maestros of aesthetics. From branding to graphic design, they weave visual stories that resonate with audiences, making brands memorable in a crowded market. From captivating presentations to interactive displays, we create visually stunning content that keeps your audience engaged and enhances the overall event experience. Our team seamlessly incorporates your brand elements into every design aspect, ensuring a consistent and memorable experience for your attendees.
Previously on CIO 100. For 16 seasons, we have celebrated Africa's boldest in technology. 16 years, one stage. Now, Season 17. The saga continues. The Oscars of Tech, the event that shuts down the year. Africa's ultimate gathering of technology leaders. 500 plus attendees, 50 plus partners, hundreds of winners. 3 epic days. Speakers from across Africa, delegates from every corner of the continent. Powerful conversations that shape the future of technology. This November, 3 days, one destination. Enashipai, Naivasha. CIO 100 Symposium and Awards 2025. Season 17. Register now. Partner with us. Be part of history.
AI is everywhere, but not all AI is equal. Smarter AI is your AI. Personalized, protected, and easy to deploy. Smarter AI brings the AI to your business and your customers. And with full stack AI hardware, software, and service solutions, we bring
smarter AI for all. Lenovo.
I think finally is just to say the best way to predict the future is to create it. So we are here. We can't predict the future, but you can try to predict.
In Africa, AI is rapidly advancing in sectors like healthcare, finance, education. However, challenges such as data governance, limited resources, and evolving regulatory frameworks continue to hinder its ethical deployment.
Just because you train your model with more data doesn't mean it becomes smarter. You actually introduce something called model decay that will happen a lot faster for your model, meaning your model will work, it will start hallucinating, and now you have to go and train it again.
Right now, organizations are either inadvertently encouraging their employees to use AI tools like ChatGPTs, Geminis, and so on and so forth, which is okay. But the question is, do they know to what limits they should be doing this?
What I've appreciated more than anything else is the ability that when we use cloud, we're able to scale up when necessary.
To say is really how you communicate is how your performance is perceived. You may be a really great performer, but if you're not communicating it, sometimes somebody who is communicating better than you is perceived to be a better performer.
Technology is not an enabler anymore, it's really a business driver. Therefore, all these initiatives have to have a business impact.
So if you have a good cybersecurity practice or culture, you can actually do more.
Behind every digital masterpiece are our developers, coding wizards who bring functionality to life. Whether it's apps, websites, or software solutions, our developers are the architects of a seamless digital experience. Our developers are industry experts with a proven track record in creating cutting-edge solutions. Whether it's web development, mobile apps, or innovative software, our talent pool excels in diverse technologies and programming languages. Developers also help in events that thrive on innovation, and our developers are at the forefront of the latest trends. Their ability to incorporate emerging technologies ensures that your event remains ahead of the curve, leaving a lasting impression on attendees.
At Comstore, we're 100% focused on one thing, making you successful with Cisco. With over 30 years of experience, we're the only distributor out there dedicated solely to Cisco. Here at Comstore, we eat, sleep, and breathe Cisco. We know their technologies, their strategies and programs inside out. So if you're a partner who wants to be more successful with Cisco, then follow me. You told us that you need a place where you can buy Cisco hardware, software, and services all in one stop. And that's why these guys created Partner Central, an incredible digital marketplace, which is absolutely next level. Advanced pricing?
Check.
Real-time data?
Check.
Stock availability?
Check.
Insights to keep your business ahead?
Double check.
Then there's Partner Learning, providing all sorts of training. And guess what? Most of them are even free. I can't say this too loud, but Cisco can be a bit complicated. But that's why you buy from us. We're the Cisco experts, and we're the 360 program experts. And what does this mean for you? Getting the most out of your Cisco partnership. When you work with us, we help you with everything, from Cisco resources up to getting you on the AWS marketplace. Plus, we're the first distributor fully accredited and equipped, able to sell Splunk solutions. And then finally, the Comstore Partner Portal, your one-stop shop for marketing tools, resources, and promotions. And it's got our Comstore AI chatbot. More than 250,000 queries answered, 24/7 access to stock info, configurators, and key materials, all in seconds. But we're not just digital, we're also personal. Like Thomas here. Everybody loves Thomas. We got a whole team of Thomases training you to be certified, remote or face-to-face.
Did you mention the financial solutions?
Like flexible payment terms to keep your cash flow strong. As a distie, you need us to hold stock. And boy, look at all this stock. And if you need us to do any further customization because it's convenient, saves you time, saves you money, then yeah, we can do it. With advanced logistical services, including staging, configuration, built to your needs. What's not to like? Want to see how Comstore can take your Cisco business to the next level? Contact us today and start unlocking new opportunities.
Knowledge is power, and our research division is the cornerstone of innovation. We delve deep, analyze trends, and provide insights that empower our clients to make informed decisions, ensuring they stay ahead of the curve. Engage your audience like never before with our interactive technologies. From live polls and Q&A sessions to gamification elements, we can create a dynamic and participatory atmosphere that keeps attendees actively involved throughout the event.
IT is evolving at breakneck speed, shaping the world in its wake and altering the way we perceive things. IT is pulsing at the heart of today's business, and ManageEngine works towards simplifying IT management for businesses like yours. Enterprise IT management solutions designed to monitor and optimize your IT services, IT operations, IT security, Active Directory and Windows Server, desktops and mobile devices. Our exhaustive portfolio of over 40 products has managed the IT and is used by over 2 million IT pros across 190 countries. Real-time IT management solutions for the new speed of business.
At DX5, we leverage the latest advancements in audiovisual technology, virtual reality, and interactive displays to enhance your events. Our team is dedicated to pushing boundaries and ensuring your event stands out in the tech landscape. Our talented team transforms ideas into reality through visual and auditory marvels. From video production to audio engineering, we set new standards for creativity as we provide quality services such as virtual events, virtual roundtables, webinars, podcasts, and studio shoots. We understand that each event is unique. Our experienced team works closely with you to understand your goals and tailor our services to meet your specific needs. Whether it's a product launch, conference, or networking event, we've got you covered. The heartbeat and hub of creativity. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, the success of any tech event hinges on its ability to seamlessly integrate the latest digital solutions. We understand the challenges you face in creating engaging, immersive, and technologically advanced experiences for your attendees. That's why we are excited to introduce our comprehensive suite of digital and online event services designed to elevate your events to new heights. Our digital and online services are at the forefront of the ever-evolving digital landscape. Our ever-fresh website is a one-stop shop for enterprise CIOs and business technology executives worldwide searching for unparalleled peer insight and expertise to remain on the cutting edge of business, tech, and leadership. From web development to content creation, we're crafting a seamless online presence for our clients, ensuring they stay ahead in the digital race. Understand what works and what can be improved to continually enhance the success of your tech events. Where innovation meets immersion in the digital realm.
So what generative AI has done, and most specifically ChatGPT and the likes, is democratization of what artificial intelligence is and making people understand what it is.
Any tech innovation must include the customer, must include customer experience excellence. The customer must be at the center.
The future is not coming, the future is here. And at the year ahead, 2025 is where that vision meets reality.
In AI is 20% more accurate, but AI alone is 30% more. But the question is, if there is a medical legal case, who is answering?
So data should amplify and not overshadow your leadership when it comes to doing this.
So if you don't act now, you'll be what? Somebody will force you to act.
The takeaway today is amazing because we've covered cybersecurity in another level. And above all, we've also covered AI so deep in the sense that I think in the future we no longer need passwords. for security reasons, we hand over everything to AI.
I have a prediction that institutions of higher learning or institutions like Go My Code ourselves, we will start focusing on the pertinent key skill of making sure that everybody is able to learn cybersecurity and even areas of ethics around cybersecurity.
Our creative design team, the maestros of aesthetics. From branding to graphic design, they weave visual stories that resonate with audiences, making brands memorable in a crowded market. From captivating presentations to interactive displays, we create visually stunning content that keeps your audience engaged and enhances the overall event experience. Our team seamlessly incorporates your brand elements into every design aspect, ensuring a consistent and memorable experience for your attendees.
Previously on CIO 100. For 16 seasons, we have celebrated Africa's boldest in technology. 16 years, one stage. Now, Season 17. The saga continues. The Oscars of Tech, the event that shuts down the year. Africa's ultimate gathering of technology leaders. 500 plus attendees, 50 plus partners, hundreds of winners. 3 epic days. Speakers from across Africa, delegates from every corner of the continent. Powerful conversations that shape the future of technology. This November, 3 days, one destination. Enashipai, Naivasha. CIO 100 Symposium and Awards 2025. Season 17. Register now. Partner with us. Be part of history. AI is everywhere, but not all AI is equal. Smarter AI is your AI. Personalized, protected, and easy to deploy. Smarter AI brings the AI to your business and your customers. And with full stack AI hardware, software, and service solutions, we bring
Smarter AI for all.
Lenovo. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this smart banking event. But before we begin, can we please, there's so many seats at the front here, and I can see people at the back. Please, let's fill these seats so that we can have an intimate conversation. Please just come to the front so that we fill the seats and leave the seats at the back for the latecomers. Great. Yeah, let's fill the seats at the front and allow the latecomers to be backbenchers. Great. So before we begin, just by a show of hands, how many of you have been to a previous CIO Africa event? That's good. We have a lot of new members. Yeah, this is awesome because this is the whole essence of this event, where we create a community of practice for senior IT leaders, so that we can all be sharing insights, we can be sharing knowledge, but most importantly, network. One of the biggest weaknesses technology people have is we know how to connect things, we know how to network computers, but we don't know how to network ourselves. True or false? Yeah? So the whole concept, the whole idea about these events is, other than knowledge sharing, is also for us to be able to just come together, network, share knowledge and insights. So I'm very glad, I'm happy that you managed to find time to come. And what I want to urge you is, next time tag another CIO, tag another IT director to the next event. Okay. So before we begin, I was told there's a video. So maybe technical team, you can play the video as we begin.
I think finally is just to say the best way to...
And the CIO 100 event is actually a celebration of excellence within the IT space. We've been holding this event for the last 17 years. And we want to welcome all of you to come to Nairobi between 19th and 21st of November, if you can. And more efficient, to just say people's side technologies that help us to be more efficient. So we have a good lineup of speakers today, and we hope that we'll be able to learn, we'll be able to get some good insights, but we also get to have a conversation. As senior IT people, have a conversation about the things that we're doing. How can we partner? How can we work together? I know there are a few fintechs in the room. So how can the banks and fintechs work together? I know banks are saying we are also fintechs. But can we collaborate perhaps? So that's a whole essence. So I'm really, really looking forward to a great day of knowledge sharing, a great day of networking, and I wish everybody, a really good day. To start us off, will be Chekunen. Oh my God, Ilo, you know yourself. My tongue has refused. From Starling, he's the Chief Enterprise Product Leader, and he's representing Yinka Oni, the COO at Starling Financial Holdings, who had to travel on work basis. Cheku, are you here? Cheku? Okay, looks like my first speaker has bailed. Cheku? Yes? Oh, he had a meeting. Okay, that's fine. So maybe we go to the next guy. Is Alan here? Elon? Is Elon here? Okay, Elon is also not here. So we'll just jump into the first panel. Sorry? Elon is here? Elon Stein is the Regional Business Manager for Africa for Redware. So Elon will talk to us about fighting financial crime in the era of AI. And this is something that all of you guys are familiar with, and you know what is happening. So Elon, how are you? You look frazzled.
No, because it wasn't there. So that they both.
Okay. So I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You can clap. Hey guys, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you please print on the presentation? Guys? And where they are coming from. So there are eventually 4 pillars to that. One will be eventually the increase of specific motivation that we will speak about it. And the other one will be increasement of the tools that they have today, hackers, to eventually address much more sophisticated attacks. And the third one will be the growing community that is going on in these verticals. There is a huge growing of the community of hackers. They're starting to become also friendly hackers. They're starting to become group hackers. They're having their own Telegram channels. So this is another pillar. And the last one, and I think it's most important, and everybody is going to speak about that in the near future, is the AI revolution when it comes to hacking and very sophisticated tools. Unfortunately, I don't have the presentation, so I'm just going to go with that. So motivation. Several reasons that we know about them is the political motivation. There is some conflicts in the world going on right now, which is Russia-Ukraine. There is the conflict that we are having from where I'm coming from, which is the Israel-Hamas conflict that we're experiencing. There is India-Pakistan, which came just lately. And all of those motivations eventually are political motivation, and it's going to affect each one of your financial institution or whatever, because somehow we are all related, we're all in the same global and in the same political zones. So sometimes it affects one side, and sometimes it affects the other side. So this is a motivation which comes from political reasons. Another motivation is religion motivation. Usually when you insult one of the sides, it can be someone that just draw caricatures in Paris, and then eventually it comes back to him as an insult of Islamic groups or whatever, and eventually there is some actions taking from the other side. So this is a religion side that we are feeling, so it's either political or religious. And the third one, of course, the most smart ones, let's face it between us, are the financial hackers, that they have the reason financially to attack your banks or to attack users, or to make hackers buy their tools to attack your banks or government institutions or any utilities that they want. So this is a part of this motivation. The other one is the tools that they can use today, of course. They use much more available tools. You don't need to be so smart today. You just go to GitHub, you download it on your Google Play, Google Store, whatever you want, and eventually you are exposed legally to hacker tools that have more than 50, maybe even 60, 70 tools. They can call themselves, for example, MHDDoS or whatever, but this is not about DDoS. They are attacking bot vectors. They are attacking application vectors. They have specific tools to attack specific vendors. For example, they have tools against Google. They have tools against Cloudflare. You can just download, buy the tool, and present it. Okay, so how do I pass the slides, guys? Anyway, so I was just talking about this specific slide. And can you go back one, please? Thank you. And what you can see on the red side, for example, are common tools that they can attack each one of the vendors that we are going to present today or they're going to present today. It's actually on the internet. And it's all in one store, meaning in the contrary to our vision of understanding what is security and also budgeting it inside our corporations, we're looking to budget for the DDoS protection, and then we're looking to budget for the WAF, maybe for the bot, and then we separate it for the API solutions, and this is the way that we are strategizing security. I've been in many, many CISOs meetings, and believe me, this is very common. There is few CISOs that are looking at in a comprehensive approach, and the message from this slide is that the attackers are not looking to achieve separate vectors as attack tools. They are combining it, they are not differentiating it, and they are putting it on the AI to create simultaneously randomized attacks on our environments. So we need to change our approach from one solution to another solution to a comprehensive, orchestrated solution that eventually will provide us the tool to fight against that. You can turn the next slide. Just as we're using our Gen AI tools to promote our codes and to develop smarter codes in an efficient way, save some time with our engineers and with our developers, hackers are doing the same. So they have their own ChatGPT, they call it Wolf GPT or Worm GPT, and you can see they can create attacks automatically using their tools, and then to make it much more sophisticated, of course, taking it one step forward. So if in the past they used to write a code and it has to be someone which is expert in this specific zone, now you can see that we're talking about a different solution. They're putting it to the Gen AI, whatever they want, putting it to the chat, and they get a result. It's 70% accurate, and it's been a year ago. It's been released a year ago, this tool. So let's think 2-3 years from now, CAPTCHA will be almost not relevant. A security tool as our door entrance to our applications. So this is something which is available right now on the same tools that I just showed you. More than that, when we did a research, okay, when we took a research on a regular ChatGPT, version 4, by the way, which means a year ago, and we eventually, they manipulated some of the attacks on the ChatGPT, you can see that we got an accuracy of the ability for them to attack through those attacks with the ChatGPT. Part of them will be 100%, but the average of this thing right now is 87%. So ChatGPT 4 is a tool that can create an accuracy of 87% on your specific defense with specific attacks vectors. 87%, imagine that. And it will get smarter and smarter and smarter. So bottom line, we should fight AI with AI eventually. If we will not be step ahead with an AI tool that will eventually correlate all our defense forces against that, then we will be in a situation which maybe in the past was fine. There was human interference in the process, there was analysts and so on, but as you know today, it's not the case. We must have something that will fight automatically and will provide us all the information, including prioritizing configuration, including forecasting attacks that might come to our setup because we are vulnerable in this specific zone and so on. So it must be automatically without any human process, and this is, by the way, what we are doing for many years. So it's come very natural to Radware on that specific thing. Can you proceed? One of the most dramatic things that we are seeing right now is the huge increase on the application vulnerability when it comes to HTTP floats, when it comes to what we refer as eventually Radware, I think, is one of the first that was mentioning that as a tsunami, web DDoS attacks. So you can see the growth. It means that your application are vulnerable on DDoS attacks on the layer 7, not on the networks layer 3 and 4, which is another story that we are talking about, but on the layer 7 application vectors. And this is very smart attacks. And I can show you one of the cases that just recently happened in one of the banks in the Emirates. So you can pass the next slide, please. So here you're seeing an attack for 6 days, by the way, on one of the Emirates banks. Now I can start talking with you why this bank, which has nothing to do with political, nothing to do with religious, they didn't broadcast, they didn't say nothing, but they got a connection because the Emirates were supporting something to do with Sudan, and eventually they were the victims to take care of that. So this attack took something like 6 days, and you can see an attack that length over 10 and 20 hours a day, peaks up to 14.6 million requests per second. I'm not talking about now your bandwidth or legitimate or volumetric attacks. We are talking requests per second. On the volumetric side, it will be very low. You will not even feel it. But this one is choking your WAF, okay? And eventually blocks everything on the way. Just imagine your number, this number, 14.6 million attacks per second. If you will calculate it, it's like every 20 seconds, the whole population of US is clicking inside to your inside to your website every 20 seconds. So it's a crazy number, not relevant for any signature that you need to create humanly or whatever. It has to be automatically. When it came to our intention, this thing is being solved in seconds. The way that we are solving it is eventually, again, automatically. We are creating a signature. For this specific signature that you are seeing right now, there are 27 parameters that is being installed automatically by the AI tool that we are running, by our algorithm, and then the attack stops. So this is fighting AI with AI without any human interference in the way. And Radware is one of the pioneers on that solution. And the reason that we are pioneers in that is that we saw those attacks a little bit earlier while we were a part of Ukraine-Russia conflict on providing cybersecurity to Ukraine banks. So we recognize, our researchers recognize those kinds of attack, and we were already a little bit before the market. And that's why the sophistication of our tool is something that we are highly taking advantage of that with our customer to provide them the right protection. Security threats, public clouds. You want to speak about it? You're doing a great job. Yeah, but I'll give you the respect. Okay.
Thank you. So I will just touch about a little bit. My name is Roberto Neisser. I work together with Alon supporting the business for Radware in East and West Africa and other territories. So what I will share with you is a little bit of what is on top of the difficulties that Alon mentioned. How does this leverage or multiplies when you go into a public cloud? Okay, so please, next slide. No. So when we move to the public cloud, we have two additional things that we need to consider. There's a higher risk of web attacks on apps and APIs. Why? Because the cloud has an advantage that we know the process. We have instructions how to build applications. We have instructions how to optimize the cloud infrastructure. The same information that we have, also the hackers have. It's public. Therefore, they can very accurately go and look for the different weak points of the chain. And you know that the chain, wherever it's weaker, the weakest point is where it breaks. So they will find it. And another challenge is that when we go to a public cloud, each public cloud has its own security tool that it's customary to use. So what happens is a bank will have multi-cloud environments, will come out with a tool for Azure, a tool for Google, or any organization. And then I have multiple tools that create overheads to manage them. It makes it more complicated, more human resources needed to synchronize everything, and there's no very difficult to orchestrate your security between the clouds. So next slide, please. The threat, they're more penetrable because once you get the credentials, you can go in. And phishing is something that happens all the time. It has happened to 2 months ago or 3 months ago, it happened to Google that someone stole credentials and got access to the Google installed information for the advertising. It was on the news. So if it happens to Google, huge organization with relatively unlimited funds, and we look at an organization in Nigeria with all our fights to get budgets from the management, our position is much weaker. So if you imagine, if it happens to the big guys, what are the risks for such a thing to happen here? It's a standard environment. We mentioned that. I'm going a little bit fast. We're short on time, but we will be here. The configurations, again, the higher risk at the end of the day is that we're running web applications, APIs, and the hackers are going to aim to break that. And what we need is to find a solution that will orchestrate multiple clouds, give us a robust solution, and to leverage AI so that we fight AI with AI. It's impossible to fight today's hackers with human resources by themselves. It has to leverage. Okay, please, next. When moving to the cloud, we have limited protections versus application layer floods that can disturb our business. What happens is that the floods, if there is an HTTPS flood, it's very costly in the cloud because we pay for the transactions that look legitimate. If it's a layer 3, layer 4 DDoS attack, we can have a DDoS mitigation for layer 4, but the cloud provider will charge us for all layer 7 transactions, so it becomes very expensive. We have to pay for all the traffic that reaches us, and this can be very heavy. And the bad traffic is not only going to disrupt the service, but we're going to pay for it. So we need to be very careful about it, and we want to consider how to protect us. So please, can you go to the next slide? In Radware, what we provide is a solution that, as Alon explained it before, is leveraging AI. It is applicable to every cloud, every deployment method that you have. It can be inline, like a proxy-based solution, okay, so that the traffic hits Radware cloud, we clean it and we send it to the origin server. That can be on Azure, IBM, Google, or a data center, or a Kubernetes private cloud, or for internal traffic, things that are internally published, where we don't want them to hit the internet. We have what we call an API-based out-of-path deployment. This allows you to generate a communication between your data center and the cloud WAF, or the cloud from Radware, that will analyze the transaction without receiving the actual traffic through API messages. If we detect, if the solution will detect a vulnerability that is being exploited, or it can be a third-party application, or it can be a breach on the business logic, or it can be a bot attack, it can be a DDoS, many options that go internally. We will reset it on your local network. How does it work? 2 more minutes. Okay, I promise I will do it. What we do is, on an HA proxy or a load balancer, we generate this API messaging with the cloud, and if we detect the vulnerability being exploited, we close the session on the load balancer, okay, on the proxy, giving you the security also internally and protecting your east to west traffic, not only the north to south bound, okay? It's a very comprehensive solution. Next slide, please. So the advantages of Radware, what we can provide you is a flexibility of deployment, as we can tell you, covering all your clouds seamlessly, very user-friendly. There's no need for routing changes. It's a managed service so that your key resources on security can be focused on the strategic work. And the operational part, that we will take care of it. We will provide you the PSS, DSS reports. We will provide you all the forensics very easily and with a very active tool so that you don't have to have your team doing the operational work all the time. We take that for you. Next slide, please. From our solution, what it is important to mention is our SLA to respond on the help desk or for any incident is 10 minutes. It's available 24/7, obviously. We provide automatic post-event analysis. If there is an event, it's very important to have a thorough report for the management, for the authorities so that everything is clear and how we mitigate it. We provide technical account managers, and we do regularly onboarding reviews. Please, next slide. We're almost finished. Important to mention, we have the most thorough certifications in the market, completely supporting PCI DSS, SSAA, ISO, HIPAA for health organizations. And the next slide, please. And here, this slide is to give and here I'm finishing. What we are trying to mention here is we are protecting here in any kind of environment, any cloud, mobile applications, web applications, APIs. We leverage with Epic AI, that is a AI system that is going to synchronize and going to leverage the information from multiple tools that are going to be synchronized. The same way that the attacker is looking at your organization in a holistic way, we provide you a holistic tool that is looking at all the vertices of attack that can bring you DDoS attack and that can give you floods or can do different kind of account takeovers that will target your organization. So this is a solution, and this is where I would like to leave the presentation because I'm short of time. And any questions, we're more than happy to exchange experiences, to share with you what we have seen in the different markets and how we can help your organizations. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for tag teaming. Elon, just don't run away. Are you scared? Yes. Okay, good. We'll take one or two questions. But it's interesting looking at these numbers. 14.6 million requests per second. That's insane. Yeah, that's insane. And to be able to protect your organization from that kind of traffic can be an uphill task. But any questions from the audience? We'll take one or two very burning questions. Yeah.
Great presentation. And fighting AI is indeed a deal breaker. So one question, and maybe just a feedback from a customer view. By regulation, the banks are to be heavily involved in open banking. So from a Radware point of view, what are you doing to help secure that space from an open banking, which is API banking typically? How do you ensure that you have protection from a preventative point of view rather than from monitoring? So that's one. Then the second one is, do you have a form of geo or continental pricing? Because from this continent, the dollar, the naira is to have quite deep pockets to be able to afford. So are there any considerations for the African or even Nigerian market? Because typically everything gets converted to dollar and you tend to pay ×3 or ×4 of what you pay sort of last 4 years ago or 4 years ago. So those are two questions. Yeah.
I think let's take one more, then you can respond to both. Any other question? Any other question? Going one, going two, going three. Okay.
I will take the commercial one. You will take the boring regulation question? Okay. Then I can tell you Nigeria. First, guys, I was, just for you to know, I was raised here as a kid. I was raised in Apapa, in Pelewura Street, just next to the kid garden. There is a kid park with a big wheel. So I was raised there. for several years. I remember that the Naira was 2 Naira per dollar. This is what I remember as a kid. It was 2 Naira per dollar. So growing up from 2 Naira to $1 to 1,006, 1,007, yeah, recently it was 1,007. We did a long way with the Naira. But now to the matter itself, maybe yes, maybe it's a Rolls Royce in a way that you perceived it, but I can tell you that there are markets like I'm doing Ethiopia or I'm doing Tanzania, which the economy is much weaker, and yet we are very strong in these economies and we achieve our targets. More than that, we are holding most of the operators, most of the national agencies. Imagine yourself work with national agency in Ethiopia, how long a process can take, and the budget limits that we are having, and we yet achieve to penetrate into those accounts, even if there are competitors which are coming with a smaller number than what we are presenting. So this is for that. I've never been in a situation where a customer confront me commercially, and I was not able eventually to provide him what I can do, the best that I can do. And I think that in that space, we are very, very competitive. And if there is something that needs to be addressed, please let me know. We are scaling our solution. If you will compare it to most of, by the way, competitors, and you will see that most of them will do step in the door in order to just achieve an account with a lower price, and then they start to go up with the prices. Our structure of payment is different. We are measuring. Yeah, it is predictable. We are sizing, and we grow as you grow. It's not
summarize.
Summary.
Yeah. Okay.
It will be fine on the cost.
Please, I would like just to comment. We are not a Rolls Royce. I prefer to be considered a Toyota. Very reliable, hard work. You can ask for everything. The idea is to exceed your expectations, okay? That you will get a very surprise of all the value that is behind the hood from our solutions, okay? And based on that, we have very strong API security tools in our services, okay? Where we will provide you the API schema enforcement. If you don't have a schema, we will generate for you the schema. If you don't, we will expose to you all the APIs that are running in your system. We will make sure that the APIs are legitimate, and we are also going to protect that they will not be abused, or that a flood to an API can bring down all your systems. We will protect it. So I'm more than happy we have here a demo and to show it to you. Okay.
Thank you.
If you need a Toyota,
I would just say one thing. You need to also consider the managed services that we are providing, because this will save costs. Okay, this will save costs. So instead of having a large team to manage one thing and another thing and another thing, here we are taking cost of that. So if you will calculate not only per how much it costs, but what is your real TCO on a specific application, you will see that we're making much more sense.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And Elon and team are out there, so you can engage further should you want to.
AI is everywhere, but not all AI is equal. Smarter AI is your AI. Personalized, protected, and easy to deploy. Smarter AI brings the AI to your business and your customers.
And with full stack AI hardware, software, and service solutions,
we bring
Smarter AI for all.
Lenovo.
Easily, they cost money, and we thank our sponsors, Lenovo, Comsto, and all. They're all there. So thank you very much for that. We now go into a panel discussion where we have people within the industry done that and bought a ticket, bought a T-shirt to show that they have. And they'll be talking about fighting financial crime in the AI era. Just as our last speakers said, you need to fight AI with AI. So how do we do this? So we have a good panel here, and I want to bring on stage Delight. Delight Hamilton, the head of information security at PiggyVest will be moderating this session. So Delight, you can call your panelists.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry. Good morning, everyone. I want to first thank the DX5 team for inviting me once again to lead a conversation like this. And I'm really excited for the conversation we're about to have today because it cuts across different areas of expertise, from banking experience to legal experience, and we're going to get different perspectives from different people and see how they fight fraud from their perspective, and also see how they help improve the threat landscape and ensure that they are protecting us as an organization. Without further ado, I want to mention or invite my co-panelists, the team I'll be working with, and I please do want to implore that you please give them a round of applause and make them feel welcome and make them feel good about the conversation we're about to have. So without further ado, I'll be inviting my first panelist. His name is Samuel Modupe. He's the head of cybersecurity at Rover. He's a seasoned cybersecurity professional with over a decade of experience, specializing in security architecture, risk management, infrastructure protection, and consulting experience as well. Okay, second person on my panel will be Ridwan Badmos. He's the head of technology law, privacy, data protection, and AI governance at Oguntoye LP. Please can we welcome Ridwan, make him feel welcome. Thank you very much, Ridwan. Is Ridwan in the room? All right, he's coming up. Thank you very much, Ridwan. I also have Charles Ede. He's the solution engineer at Comstar. He specializes in cybersecurity and IT solutions. He brings in a very deep wealth of experience when it comes to the engineering side of cybersecurity. And last but not the least, I also have Maxwell Nzekwe. Apologies for the pronunciation. He's a tech entrepreneur and is the thought leader in fintech, AI, and digital transformation. And he co-founded Tones Up to equip African youth with digital skills, and also the CEO of CM Phony. Thank you very much, my co-panelists. My name is Delight Hamilton, like earlier mentioned, and I'll be driving this conversation today. All right. Okay. So from what we've heard so far about what the threat landscape is and how the threats is emerging on the daily, I know that it does affect us differently in the different sectors that we work in. My first question will be going to Samuel. So I know that you have a wealth of experience in banking industry. So I wanted to find out from a banking perspective, what are the key metrics you use to measure effectiveness of AI-driven anti-money laundering systems?
Okay, thank you very much, Delight. Thank you, DX5, for having me. Yes, so today we're talking about smart banking. And smart banking has evolved rather than just talking about robotics. Now, smart banking is about using AI. If you say you are running a smart bank, then you're driving your processes with AI. Now, back to your question. When you talk about the metrics of how AI is helping drive AML, that's anti-money laundering system, you look at the pain points. The pain point of every anti-money laundering system or fraud monitoring or prevention system is the noise. There's always this alert fatigue, a lot of alert fatigue. With the transactions that are being monitored, the billions of transactions, whether you do it B2C or B2B, all of those transactions, you have a lot of false positives. False positive are alerts that flag, but actually there's nothing there. So with the use of AI, one metric is to see how well you're able to tune down that noise in terms of false positive and have more of true positive alerts that are actually fraud or actually pointers to fraud. So that is a key metric that can help. Another metric is around looking at the ratio of alerts to the suspicious transaction reports. Because in the banking industry, there are regulators. And one of the things that regulators and government expect of every financial institution is to be able to report suspicious transactions or suspicious activities. So it's expected. For instance, in banking, you have the NFIU, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Units, that expect that if you suspect a fraud or if a fraud has happened, you report it. So when you look at the alerts and you look at the number of reports you file, that can actually give you an idea if that AI system is helping you be smarter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Samuel, for that. Still speaking about fraud, Ridwan, I would need you to help us share more light. So when you're deploying like a fraud detection solution or a system, what are your primary legal and ethical risks that a company must consider?
Okay, thanks so much for that question. I think it's a very great way to start looking at the legal and the ethical considerations or risks that's out there when we're looking at deploying AI-powered fraud detection tools. And the interesting thing is that we're not just starting with using AI in the banking industry. I mean, we're familiar with traditional AI models. We're familiar, probably I'll just quickly share something related that's happened recently. I got an email from a supposed executive leadership in our firm, and that email was actually filtered, and that is actually through the power of AI models. But with the advancement of AI technologies presently, I mean, with the use of generative AI, large language models, and the likes, we really need to start looking at the risks that we tend to kind of to deal with in the banking system or the financial services industry, in terms of, because ordinarily we have enterprise risk management that we use to manage risk in the industry, right? But when we're talking about generative AI and we're talking about LLMs, they are quite different. They're quite new. So I think the first understanding is in terms of understanding, the new things that we need to start doing, the new risks that we need to start considering in terms of, from data protection to fairness, to accountability, transparency, and the likes. So to talk about a bit of these things is, I'll talk about data protection. And the reason I chose data protection is because from different surveys that I've seen, it's actually the major issue that's, banking, the banking industry generally, from different clients, different jurisdictions have actually kind of, highlighted as one of the major issues that they're going to be dealing with. I mean, in terms of data protection regulations, in terms of data protection requirements, and even which affects customers' trust. So when we're looking at data protection, when we look at traditional tools, traditional softwares, or traditional AI models, it's very, they don't tend to use large or huge data sets, right? But when we talk about generative AI, we know that it's dynamic, and the results that we get from there could also be different in terms of the large data set that's the process. So when we look at data protection, we look at things relating to data protection principles, and that has to start with collection of data. And we have lots of laws, and that's the interesting thing across borders, not just in Nigeria, that requires that you only process personal data that you need. So that's when we're talking about data minimization. And then we have something called purpose limitation as well. When you collect, we process customers' data, right? And we already told them that this is what we're going to use that data for. That's through their privacy notice. All banks have, all digital banking participants have data privacy notices on their websites, or privacy policy, like most people will call it. And those processing has to be limited to the data, the purposes that you've actually mentioned, that policies. And the issue, the risk there is that it's likely that your AI model will process data beyond that limitation that you've actually kind of embedded in your privacy policy. So those are the things that I think that we need to start looking at. And that's just from the data protection principles, and there are lots of them, 7 of them actually in most data protection regulations. And then when we're talking about data subject rights, in terms of customers, data subjects, we call them on that, in that space of data protection, they have rights. In terms of knowing the kind of data you process, knowing how you process it, stopping or telling you to delete it. So, and it's very difficult to delete data that has already been trained, with AI models. So we need to start looking at the possibility of fulfilling those data protection requests when data subjects, ask for it. And one news that I would want to bring to our mind is in terms of, I think last 2 weeks, the NDPC they published the names, almost 1,500 names of financial institutions, the vaulters exactly, that have not kind of abide or complied with data protection requirements. And that is, the way I see it is that is just a kind of a general compliance gap, okay? We're not looking at AI models, which are quite wide. Like, they're wider than when you're talking about, traditional, processing. So those are the things that we really need to start looking at from the data protection aspect. And one of the other issues that we need to start looking at, I'll just mention it because of time, it's in terms of bias, fairness, discrimination, and then that's what will come into to kind of, in a way, address those issues at transparency and explainability. What I mean by that is the AI model and the data set that we use in training the AI model that we use, or the AI systems that we use to detect fraud in the country, might actually be gotten from outsourced parties, third parties. And it's likely that those data sets are trained with foreign data. So the demography, the demographic differences are there that we really need to start looking at. So I think I'll just stop there. There are other or maybe I should just mention the 2 practical tips that we can use when it comes to data protection. There's something called ROPA, Record of Processing Activities. There's something called DPIA, Data Protection Impact Assessment. Those are tools or processes that can actually help in mitigating or eliminating those kind of issues when it comes to data protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. That's a very interesting topic. We'll still touch on that before the end of this conversation. So building on what Ridwan said, Charles, can you give us a bit of comparison between traditional fraud detection systems and in comparison to like AI-driven ones, and what would you say are the benefits for AI-driven fraud detection systems?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. For traditional fraud detection system, I'll put it in the most simplest form. It has to do with maybe an expert or an individual setting a certain rule to curtail fraud, cyber crimes, or money laundering, as the case may be. So most times, this method is static, this method is specific to the point. This method is always advisable for smaller organizations that understand the exact kind of activities they need in their environment. So it is easy for you to write a rule. Most times these rules can be updated by the same individual, but these rules have flaws. Over time, you notice that smart guys look at the windows between when these rules are updated and take advantage of that window to perpetrate fraud or cyber crimes, as the case may be. And this rule, again, cannot define very well what is a fair definition of normal. because most times it lacks the kind of data enrichment it desires or deserves. For instance, you cannot take, I'll give from a transaction perspective and also give from a human perspective. You cannot put 100 men together and you deduce the actual character of a man or of a human being from 100 men or even from 500 men. But you get, of course, you can get the average character, but it is not a fair definition of an average, a fair definition of a normal character. Now, when you put 1,000 men together, of course, and go through them, you can come with a fair definition of a normal character. So when using AI or the traditional method of fraud detection, it's important you define what is normal. And the more data you have, the more you have a better result in defining what is normal, because all this work on the premise of what is already defined as a normal. Now, I have talked about the drawbacks of the traditional method. You need your engineers, your analysts to work on the report, and you have a lot of false positives, and this analyst struggles and it's a waste of time. But employing AI-driven helps you to automate the whole process of response, especially when you have critical cases. Apart from that, AI-driven process helps you to drive on a new fraud, how do I put it? A new fraud signal or a new fraudulent way of attacking the banks or the transactions. It's built to be very dynamic, unlike the static way of administering fraud detection. So those are the advantages of AI-driven as compared to the static. Thank you very much.
So one way you can see it is for as many who were network engineers, you know static routing and dynamic routing. Static routing, you know the operational overhead it takes for you to maintain static routes, where you have to specify everything line for line before you can get to your destination. But dynamic routing, based on the protocols or based on the AI model, you can make decisions based on some parameters. So it makes your life easy. You don't need to know everything or every case or scenario. You expect that the AI will be able to dynamically learn and also improve and also help your fraud detection and prevention. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that input. So building on that, from a more business perspective now, so we know that before you can get management to invest in a particular solution, you have to present a business case, tell them why this is important. Maxwell, I want to ask you that from your perspective, from where you sit, from a CEO's perspective, what would you say is the return on investment for investing in AI solutions to help prevent financial crime?
All right, thank you. From my own perspective, I will look at it in different ways. Elon told us that you fight AI with AI, and I think Modube mentioned that the solution is like a Rolls Royce. That to tell you how expensive it is for you to implement AI solutions. And you cannot quantify those expenses when you have an attack. Look, for instance, what happened last year to Flutterwave and some other organizations. And this year, the way our past is struggling. You will see that there is no amount of money you will spend in bringing this solution that does not worth it. There are organizations that have leveraged on this solution that today they are telling us how, for instance, Access Bank, how fraud has been reduced for the past 1 year. And PalmPay as well, how they were able to run transaction of over 300 million per day. because they are leveraging on dynamic nature of AI. Unlike the static nature, we have actually explained that. So you see that if you don't leverage on this, when the time comes or you have an issue, you are going to pay dearly for it. And that is why at HawkPay, we prioritize this AI solution at what we do, making sure that it is at the forefront. And NDIC have already told financial institutions this year to leverage on it for fraud detection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxwell, for that input. Very, very insightful. So I was going to ask Samuel again. So how, from your banking experience, so how do you think that banks are leveraging like AI and machine learning models to help differentiate between transactions that are legit and transactions that are malicious?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question. So if we look at it from a dynamic point of view and machine learning, one thing AI does is to learn the data sets that you've presented, even though there are data protection and compliance or privacy issues that come with it. But with the learning, it's able to set a baseline. So it's able to look at your behavior, each and every account, each and every customer, look at their behavioral pattern. And when it sees a deviation, it flags it. So for instance, an account that has never had, or based on transaction, these are the amounts of money or frequency it gets. And within a day or two, it gets a huge sum of amount of money that typically, based on the profiling, this person does not fit that balance. It flags it for you to even investigate further. So AI helps you to be able to profile each and every of the accounts, create a baseline where any deviation from the behavioral pattern of that account, it's something that you as an individual can investigate further. Because you can't just leave AI to make all the decisions. You will run into a lot of issues or problems. But it can help you get the pin in the haystack to be able to filter to the things that are very, very relevant, that are very important, that you can now investigate further. So AI helps to create that baseline, and it helps you notice any deviation that you can now take it up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So jumping right into like a conversation around legal frameworks, Ridwan, could you maybe help us share more insights on how legal frameworks could be evolving to help us combat these issues that we're facing?
Okay. Thank you for that. That's really a conversation that we need to be having internally and externally, I mean, within our companies. And the reason for that is if we look back into history, when we're talking about data protection, the way data protection laws, regulations, kind of evolved. Although AI is moving at a fast pace, you could say it's a bit different from how data protection regulations, kind of evolved around the world, but then it's similar because it's with the same, I'm talking about AI governance now, which is also related to legal frameworks, because we have legal frameworks for AI as well. I mean, when we're talking about EU AI Act, that's the European Union AI Artificial Intelligence Act. So that's a legal framework it's the most comprehensive legal framework that we have around the world. So when we look back into how the data protection landscape kind of evolved, I think we can learn from that, and companies can also kind of prepare for when regulation will come up. I mean, when we have maybe our own Nigerian AI Act as well. And the reason I'm saying this is because so that we won't have the salary we had when data protection came into place. Of course, when we started, we have the GDPR, just to give you some insight into how that actually kind of evolved. We had the GDPR coming into operation. The GDPR is actually the EU GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, which regulates data protection. And after 2018, we had lots of, laws, data protection laws. They call it a kind of ripple effect, coming up around the world as well. And then we had the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation as well, the NDPR. And in 2023, when we had a stable, if I may call it that, regulation, the NDPA, the Nigeria Data Protection Act, 2023. So, and there's a lot of things. I mean, companies are still trying to grapple with how to comply with the NDPA itself. I mean, from the NDPA to the NDPA, then we have the guide, which is going to actually be effective, will become operational tomorrow. That's the General Application and Implementation Directive. It's actually kind of expatiates the provisions of the NDPA. So the same thing applies to AI, coming back to AI. Of course, we have I think last year or so, we had the National AI Strategy document that was worked on. I think it was started, the commission, what's it called? That's the commissioner, Dr. Bosun Tijani actually started that's work when we have the strategy documents. But then, of course, the next thing after the strategy documents sometimes could be the policy document, and then we have the law. So what I'm saying essentially is that we need to, of course, we always deal with this mindset that the law kind of runs after the regulation of the law runs after the technology, in the sense that the technology would have been fully developed or fully, to a large extent, might have been kind of advanced before we have regulation regulating it. But most times we now see the regulation kind of disrupting how new entrants come into the industry. So what I'm saying essentially is that, because what I deal with is something called, sometimes it's called, I have privacy by design, we have cybersecurity by design, even legal by design, is in terms of you building these capabilities into your products from the ground up. So even if we don't have a comprehensive AI Act, in Nigeria now, we could look at different, especially the EU, we could look at how they're actually, struggling with that. Because the thing is that we are going to come up with that law, we're going to evolve with the law, most likely without the EU is handling AI activities, right? So just like we had the GDPR and then we had the NDPR. So we need to learn from that, and there is it's possible for you to really build this law, these legal provisions into your products. It's very, very possible. That, as I said, that's what I do in terms of when we use a very good example is privacy by design. We have principles of privacy by design, which gives you a way of building those capabilities, those provisions of law into what you do, so that you have it by default. You don't need to start running helter-skelter when there's a new law coming into place, or because you have that embedded in your system already. But I know I was asked about how those laws will evolve. The legal framework will evolve in Nigeria, and I think I've mentioned something relating to that. But then to kind of summarize the whole thing, I think will go through a kind of 3 dimensions, and that is going to be recognition. We really need to, even though we have the strategy documents, we still need to understand the technology very well, how synthetic, how AI models kind of train on, data sets and the likes, and how AI generally works. And I mean, we've had different instances. Regulators or policymakers really need to also understand how these things, work, and how regulation can actually, manage this kind of advancements of technology. And then I said recognition, right? The second thing is going to be regulation. Then we see how to regulate it. And looking at the EU, they use something called risk-based legal framework, which is you looking at, the different technologies that poses great harm, to people, and then they give those kind of, those kind of technologies some kind of huge penalties. Exactly. So, and then the last thing is actually enforcement. That's response. So how do we kind of show that? I mean, we have issues already with battling with when we talk about fraud, we talk about anti-money laundering. We have a lot of issues. That's just the traditional landscape. But when we get to AI, which is very fast and dynamic, so how do we kind of relate with that? And I will end with one thing, just that is related, that is bringing privacy and engineering together, because I'm a privacy engineer as well, so I bring law and engineering together. So there's something called PETS, privacy enhancing technologies, and one example of these, when I'm talking about enforcement now, how regulators and the private institutions can come together and share data to ensure that we to share data, because sharing data will give us a huge step towards regulating these things. So and we know that the data that operates in the financial institution are very confidential, very sensitive, very personal as well. I mean, when we talk about personal data. So when you want to share this and to kind of build solutions that will ensure that you're kind of eliminating this kind of risks. So I was talking about pets, right? So we have something called homomorphic encryption. We have other pets as well, but homomorphic encryption comes into play when you share data with people, and then you don't see the data that you're sharing, but you can get the outcome, and you can use that outcome to kind of limitate or eliminate this kind of fraud risk that we have in the industry.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. I know we want to take one or two questions from the audience, but quickly, maybe in 1 minute before we do that. Charles, can you give us, just quickly, would you say, for companies, new companies that are trying to adopt these AI solutions, what do you say, maybe are top two pitfalls that they can avoid on this journey?
I would say for nascent and new companies, do not be carried away by the buzzword AI. If you are to employ AI, focus on a specific use case. For nascent businesses or for young businesses that are starting, they should focus more on the kind of challenge they have around them. Example, phishing, you talk about email security. Because in technology, there's what we call technology maturity or security maturity. It's in layers. So you grow into the larger solutions. You don't just embrace AI. For instance, to curtail identity theft, you can use a multi-factor authentication. To have a peek of your network, you use a NAC. When you have a collection of logs from various or a few tributaries you have, you can employ AI just to reduce the false positive. See where AI comes in. So you don't just embrace AI in total. And of course, you need to train your staffs, your SOC analysts. You need to find a way to merge AI and personal effort. AI is not a silver bullet. It's actually here to enhance individual effort. Secondly, you should also orient yourself about adversarial AI, the use of deepfake, where you clone voices and edit people's videos and use it to pass instructions. So those are the basic advice I'll give to young and growing companies. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So I think that we can take one or two questions, and Maxwell could help us answer them then if there are no other persons. All right, any questions in the room?
Anybody with question to the panel?
Okay, thank you so much, panelists. My question will be around, my name is Evelyn. I lead digital banking at Moneyfield Microfinance Bank. Factored around the financial industry. So my question is, what is that constant thing, or the constant that we have, the unique, what will I call it now? Something that is unique, that cuts across various industries when we talk about the application of AI. I'm looking at this from different sectors where, because now from the financial industry, we get to partner with other organizations, maybe telcos, just to expand our reach and all of that into communities where we are not present. So what is that factor, that constant factor that we can look at across different industries, across different sectors when it comes to the application of AI? Thank you.
Okay.
So maybe we take another question. Let's take another question, then you answer all of them at the same time. If there's any, that is. Is there any other question? Somebody with a question? No? Oh, there's one here. Don't be shy now.
Okay, good morning all. My name is Juku Sunday from Nova Bank. I want to know how AI can help to mitigate fraud. If there could be some form of maybe people trying to access some documents or some servers. Is there a way AI can look at the rapid instance at which they are trying to access? I said this is abnormal and detect and all that. Thank you.
One more, one last one. Anybody? Okay, we can answer those. Oh, there's one here.
Okay, my name is Texmund. I'm the CTO for FSGH Merchant Bank. I'd like to ask, especially on the case when it concerns open banking. We're currently looking at the process. At this time, we're looking at how information is flowing from multiple requests from the fintechs. Now it's from schools, from multiple environments. Is that a consideration for us to look at, or especially on the part of the regulators, most likely set up the digital public infrastructures where this sort of information can flow freely? It is easier for everyone to pick up from these places. It is also keep coming. But however, regulators should also look at the point where we need to have a proper data public infrastructure in place where these various entities can go in, pick up such information. It is heavily regulated. The likes of the various frameworks that are needed to carry all of this is in place. There are various loopholes in NDPR currently, and I'm sure with time it will continue to evolve. But that particular catch-up at the point now where we are talking about AI and all of these requests coming from multiple zones, we're able to tell, and you can give various quotes as to say the various challenges been happening in certain areas. It is quite easy to get this information especially when it contains the financial sector. But however, the other sectors in Nigeria are not open to everyone. So at what point in time are we looking at harmonizing these entire data sources to sit in one single environment, heavily regulated by the various entities that are involved in this, provide a various framework in that, and then of course for everyone to have the various information that's is required. Thank you.
That's a comment and a question at the same time. Maybe now you can.
All right. Thank you. I will go with the first question, and you are asking what comes across various sectors in terms of the attack or the challenges that they are facing. Not even only the industry, there is something called social engineering, and I believe some of us have heard about it here. In organization, Samuel mentioned that he received an email, or what's his name? Yeah, he received an email, a phishing email. So that phishing email can come to any industry, right? So it's not only financial industries that can get such an email. There was an incident that happened last year whereby an AI was used to send an email to an employee mandating him on what to do. And he responded to send some certain money to certain accounts. He responded and said that, can they get into a call? And he responded that, okay, let's get into a call with a team. And in that team, the whole team members in that call was AI, apart from him. And eventually he wired that money, and when he came out, it was a fraud. So it's not only in the financial institutions that this happens. However, it's important that every organization, like what we do at Symphony, make sure that there is AI literacy, cybersecurity literacy to all employees, all departments. Every morning we come to the war room. We have representatives from each department, IT, HR, legal, so that they will understand that this security of the organization or the application that is coming up is for responsibility of everybody and not only that of the IT. Thank you.
Let me contribute to the second question about using AI to mitigate fraud. Most times when we talk about AI, we always refer or compare it to the human effort. We compare it in terms of speed, in terms of accuracy, prediction, and even scaling. A typical example, banks across Nigeria, at least an average bank does more than 5,000 transactions per day, and that's a huge sum. Imagine a team trying to walk around these logs. It will be overwhelming to the human strength. So it's only fair when you employ a tool called AI to help you ingest and correlate data. Even at extreme cases, it can respond when you have threats of fraud in the transaction. That's one. Secondly, there's what we call pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is the ability of AI to tell change in your networks, activities, change in your volume of transactions, change in even endpoint behavior. It can tell, for example, at the middle of the night, you are seeing a transfer from your finance server elsewhere. That's an indicator of compromise. So it flags that off immediately. It also has predictive nature, which is used to fight fraud or cybercrime or money laundering, as the case may be. For example, let's say to other regions, say East Asia, let me use Mongolia, for example. The health sector, the telco sector are being attacked often. And your AI has the ability to predict and tell you that here you are with your business in Nigeria, you might be the next target. How does it know that? Because you have the same vulnerability and the same risks as those other companies elsewhere in Mongolia. So what you have to do is to carry on with your patch management and whatever you need to do, because as soon as the criminal changes direction to West Africa, you will be one of the first victims. According to, I think it's Interpol, last year predicted that Nigeria has the highest number of ransomware attack, which is over 3,500. And about 1,500 of it is from insider fraud. So insider fraud is another aspect which people overlook, but is dangerous. Ranging from low-level staffs to C-level staffs, any staff can be compromised. At a point, most times I speak to my partner, I say, do these three things for your partner. It helps to arrest them psychologically. Give them good trainings, give them good mentorship, and give them good motivation. When you have these three, psychologically, they will work for you very well. Otherwise, when their mind is off, they start by discussing sensitive information concerning your company with their families, and you go beyond the family to friends, from friends to even strangers they don't know, and they don't care about the consequences to the organization and to themselves. That's behavioral change. How can AI tackle that in terms of fraud? Because if you meet a criminal, he will take advantage of those information and attack the company. First of all, when you notice at the middle of the night, somebody is accessing the finance server, it's a flag, clearly. Or you notice in an average that in a company, most files being downloaded are between, say, 5 megabytes to 10 megabytes, and somebody is downloading 50 megabytes from the HR server, that's compromise. You flag it. So these are easy ways, or these are values which AI helps to fight both fraud, financial crimes, and money launderings across enterprise organizations. That's just my basic contribution. Thank you.
Do you have any comments? Okay, so the general comment I have regarding the first and second question is, I'll take the third question actually, but it's generally something that we should have heard many times, which is that just like AI has AI technologies, AI systems have benefits and opportunities, they also have their risks and harms. So I remember Samuel talking about false positives, and then we have false negatives as well. So when you're using traditional software to flag all these things, when you're using AI, it's going to be more efficient, but then you need to look at the risk and the harms that might also come up, and you need to mitigate that to kind of have the full benefits of the usage of AI in those instances. Then for the third question, I think we have answers to that, so to say. I spoke about NDPR, GDPR. Then we have the NDPA that has plugged in a lot of the issues we have with the NDPR. So the NDPR most likely, we still have some debate amongst lawyers, but most likely would not be operational from tomorrow. 19th September 2025, that's when the guide, the General Application and Implementation Directive, is supposed to come into play. So now we have the guide, and we have the NDPA mainly as the main or comprehensive legal framework in Nigeria, and then we have the guide that kind of expands those requirements or those provisions of law under the NDPA. So to a large extent, we're going to see we have a legal framework that is, to an extent, I won't say to a large extent, address issues that might come up as a result of the usage of AI deployment and building and deployment of AI generally. And then regarding open data, to a large extent, we have some infrastructures, policy infrastructure, so to say, in place, because in 2021 we have the central bank regulatory framework for open banking, and then in 2023 we have the operational guidelines for open banking. So that's for the financial industry. I know you mentioned something regarding other industries as well, and that is quite important, because when we look at the issues facing the development of AI tools, technology systems in Nigeria and Africa generally, one of the big issues is data sets. We're not having a data infrastructure. So I believe that even though I'm a bit concerned regarding how it's playing out, in terms of how you're making data available to lots of participants, it's still one of the very effective ways that we can actually make data available, and where we can have our data that we can train our own AI model on. And then we have, so I said we have those two frameworks from the CBN that can actually help with. So banks really need to kind of start clicking in, like in terms of looking at those guidelines to ensure that they are in compliance. Of course, banks are, when we look at one of the industries that are very compliant, it's the banking industry to a large extent. But when it comes to data protection and AI, I think we have a lot of issues coming up. And I think lastly is I spoke about something regarding PETs, privacy enhancing technologies, and I mentioned something. I mentioned homomorphic encryption, one of the examples of PETs. So those are the kind of technologies. There are other technologies like synthetic data. We have multi-factor. It's anyways. Don't let me go deep into that. But something like that. That we can actually use. They actually kind of. They based on cryptography generally, so they can actually be used they can be infused into this kind of frameworks, the policy frameworks that we have already, to help the implementation of open data. And then we have open data framework. You can look that up. That's another, I think, policy thing that would really help us to kind of share data across different industries and really get the benefits. Yeah, thank you very much.
So just to the first, I don't know if first or second, because of our time, I would say irrespective of the industry, AI is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. It's a must-have. Whether you're in healthcare, manufacturing, any industry or any sector in this day and age, it's not a luxury thing that you say, okay, I have AI. It's a necessity, because every competitor, wherever industry, is using AI to gain competitive advantage. So if you want to still remain in business, or you want to still remain relevant in that field or industry or profession you need to leverage AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your time on the panel. I hope this was impactful, and the panelists are still around. You can always meet them for further questions. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause to our moderator and to the panelists. Maybe we pause for a picture. Great conversations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right, so we will take a short break to stretch and have some coffee, and then we'll be back in another 20 minutes so that we can move to the next segment, and we continue with AI, smart interfaces, cross-border crypto. So don't stay too long. So 20 minutes, then we continue with the conversations. Thank you very much.
Myself, no problem. Thanks for monitoring. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Harry, oh, great. This is my first time here. Actually,
So I think we can connect. Are you on LinkedIn?
Yes, I am.
No, it's easy, huh? Because I stopped doing business cards.
Oh, guys. Hey.
you, baby. I got you, baby.
So what generative AI has done, and most specifically ChatGPT and the likes, is democratization of what artificial intelligence is and making people understand what it is.
Any tech innovation must include the customer, must include customer experience excellence. The customer must be at the center.
The future is not coming, the future is here. And at the year ahead, 2025 is where that vision meets reality.
In AI is 20% more accurate, but AI alone is 30% more. But the question is, if there is a medical legal case, who is answering?
So data should amplify and not overshadow your leadership when it comes to doing this.
So if you don't act now, you'll be what? Somebody will force you to act.
The takeaway today is amazing because we've covered cybersecurity in another level. And above all, we've also covered AI so deep in the sense that I think in the future we no longer need passwords for security reasons. We hand over everything to AI.
I have a prediction that institutions of higher learning or institutions like Go My Code ourselves, we will start focusing on the pertinent key skill of making sure that everybody is able to learn cybersecurity and even areas of ethics around cybersecurity.
Abdulaziz Saidu, Country Manager Nigeria and Ghana for Cisco. And he will be looking at reimagining customer experience with AI, biometrics, and smart interfaces. You know, banks, a lot of the time I feel like banks actually compete on customer experience. Because it's not about the buildings. It's not whether my money is safe with them or not, because I don't know. But it's how I'm treated.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I go to a branch, how am I treated? How am I greeted? How am I served at that bank? That is what actually makes me choose one bank over another. So customer experience is critical within the banking space. And with technology, it gets even more exciting. So without any further ado, Saidu, please take it away.
Okay. Thank you very much. And slides. Yeah. So good morning. I hope it's still morning. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking about reimagining customer experience with AI, biometric, smart interfaces. And just like someone said in the last panel session, that AI is no longer a luxury, but a necessity in our everyday life. And unconsciously, we tend to use AI and we don't really know. If you're watching Netflix, if you're ordering an Uber, if you're on Amazon, you've had that experience with Netflix. And that is rapidly changing the perception of users when it comes to customer experience in banking, because the expectation now is very high about what that experience will be, because they are pretty getting used to such services, even like ordering maybe meals from Uber. I said Uber, ordering meals from restaurants and all that. So that has changed the expectation of consumers of banking services. And if you look at that circle, it also affects the expectations that users or subscribers will want from banks. So we'll be looking at critical influences in financial services, which is surge in AI, and which I just mentioned a bit. And of course, there are evolving risks tied to this whole thing. When I mean evolving risks, because you have to look at things from, we have to look at things from a compliance perspective. We have to look at security measures that has to be put in place. And the point is this: everything in the present time that we live in now has been digitized. Oh, okay. I wasn't even moving. So for customer satisfaction to be a paramount in every institution, there are 4 key areas that we should look at for operational transformation. And let me move it this way. Okay. So there are four areas that we should look at for operational transformation, which is converged customer journeys, workplace transformation, risk compliance and supervision, and modern AI infrastructure. So if we look at what we are doing let me give you an example. For a contact center in a bank, we have to look at how customers consume the services they are giving, because there's been a proliferation of digital channels that people really get used to these days, be it WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, how are you prepared to integrate that into the services that you're running? And with the proliferation of those channels, there's a risk tied to this. And how are you ready to be compliant to CBN when you have to run all these services? And if we're looking at that operational transformation, you should have a modern AI-ready data center. It's very critical because now the consumption model has changed. The demands, the needs on your network is very critical. For you to run that efficiently and resilient, these 4 pillars have to run concurrently. It's not a thing whereby you will look at what the converged customer journey is and you leave out workplace transformation. No. For a contact center, you have to look at how efficient the workplace is for your employees such that they can deliver this optimal service for prospective customers that they have there. Let me see. Okay. So again, we have to look at how financial institutions create and deliver goods, services, and experiences. This is pretty broken down into 2. The AI part and the human part. And the AI part lives across, be it our public cloud, private cloud, our hybrid cloud, our workplace. And the people part sits at where we work, be it at our office, you're in the car, you're in the restaurant, and you are. I think maybe you should be helping me with this. It's not really moving as expected. It's really fast. Yeah? Oh dear. Yeah, let them just move it for me, really. Last slide to regulatory requirements. We heard from the last 2 panels how important regulatory and compliance is if you're deploying AI. And with the advent of AI, a whole lot of regulatory requirements have come up globally, not just Nigeria. We heard our colleagues talking about NPDA, NDPRA, and NDPA. And even the AI framework being worked on now by NITDA. But globally too, we have regulations like DORA in Europe, PS6/21 in Australia, and I can't remember where the last one sits. The whole objective is to heighten operational visibility and control and risk management in organizations using AI, especially in banks, because it is one of the major problems the internet itself faced at the beginning at the advent of the internet. There was no regulation; it was just open, and that's why till date you still have the dark web, which can't be controlled till date. And a whole lot of organizations, governments within Nigeria, Africa, the world, have looked at how we can put responsible AI into perspective when you have to have AI tied to what you're doing. And I'm sure we all remembered when the CBN came up with the increment in the capital reserves for banks. It's not just the CBN that did that. Even globally, a lot of banks were told to increase their capital base, and there's a reason for that because of what is expected in terms of investment in that. Next, please. And how can Cisco help doing this? And Cisco has that capability to help you achieve this with our AI-powered ready data centers, where you can put in your workloads from anywhere, be it in the public, private, or hybrid environments that you have. And I also talked about the future-proof workplace earlier. You have to modernize where your workers work. Let's talk about our customer success center or the contact center like people know it. You have to give them every tool that they need to work. And that is why we tie this with the future-proof workplace. But again, doing all this, you have to put in mind digital resilience. When I mean, you have to underpin this with digital resilience. Digital resilience is that capacity of you to react faster than you should when probably there are issues on your network than how a traditional bank or a traditional contact center should react to it. Next, please. A lot of times people think customer experience is easy. It's easier said than done in reality. Why I'm saying this is this. Globally, what's their name? Forrester did a survey and said 75% of organizations have invested in contact centers, but only 15% of these companies have seen the value of contact centers. And the reason is this, customer satisfaction is declining. Agents are struggling, they don't really get paid very well, they don't have a work-life balance. All these are things that should be looked at. And also the technology in use in these systems are pretty siloed. This is one of the setbacks you have doing it that way. They shouldn't be siloed, they have to be interconnected in a way whereby you can have optimal performance tied to when requests are being sent to our customer experience agent. And in all honesty, customer experience as a solution is pretty complex. A lot of times you have, next please. A lot of times you have a joint ownership by different business units. Let's use a bank, for example. You have joint ownership by different business units in the bank, and every one of them have their different KPIs and expectations. And a lot of times there's no synergy, and eventually that impacts what the business success of that engagement will be like. Next. So for us to be successful with our customer experience, we have to look at these challenges. Proliferation of new communication channels, which I mentioned earlier. How do we leverage AI to give optimal service to our customers? How to improve the effectiveness of our agents in the contact center, and also how to reduce attrition and improve how our workers at contact center works. And on the long run, how do we use automation and orchestration to give the everlasting customer experience that is required? Next, please. So we've noticed we've been here for about 2-3 hours so far, and one common denominator we've seen is AI is embedded in all the discussions that we've been talking about. And so I'm sharing with you what the offering is around contact center for customer success. You can see that it's tied in every part of the food chain for you to be successful in a contact center. From a proactive workload perspective, how AI improves customer communications and drives new medium of engaging with our customers. How AI will make you route calls better while you're running things on at the contact center, and also provide monitoring and lessen platform overload. One of the key benefits we have here too is how AI helps you remove what we call noise removal and automation of services that you have running. Next, please. So for you to deliver a frictionless customer journey, you have to have that anticipation of what the needs of our customers are. And typically, I'm talking about a contact center, you know. And I know a whole lot of us have called our banks to lay a complaint and see how we can resolve issues with maybe our balance is not correct, or we have issues with a debit or credit alert. And to be honest, a lot of time it's never really interesting, because you wait on the queue for some time and they play you that funny music you hear every time, you know, and we're kind of used to that music. And eventually someone comes on the call, you lay your complaint, and maybe MTN is not working well at that period, or Airtel, the call gets cut off, and you dial back, and another new agent picks it up because it's on a queue, and you start explaining yourself again, you know, and that doesn't give you that customer stickiness. People really get tired with all that. So for you to give a frictionless customer experience, like I said, with AI now, you can have proactive notifications being set up in the system, and also self-service, whereby it cuts down that time for you to actually start waiting for people. There are very predefined systems that can help you with that self-service. And if you don't really get satisfied with what you're getting, there's an automation that takes it to a human agent, and it calls that human agent directly, and you engage that human agent. And the good thing with how this is being driven, it's all AI driven, such that even your predefined information or information about what service you are trying to get from maybe the bank is tied to the database with all the AI features that we have. Next. Okay, I think I've spoken about this. So I'm trying to see how I can give you an example. Next, please. So this is what this looks like. It's just a short video about how a customer is trying to change his appointment. So in this case, it's about a customer who received a verified message about his appointment, and he needed to change that appointment. And I don't know how many of you have heard of RCS. Yes, so a whole lot of time too. This is something that we have looked at and tied to our solution. The whole objective of you having RCS is the fact that you have a secure, branded means of communicating with your customers. I'm sure you must have all received this. I'm not saying too much about MTN, but a lot of times you just receive messages from MTN Nigeria, and that your data service is about to run off, renew, and unfortunately, it's a fraud-driven action by some very funny people. Because I mean, you saw MTN as the header of the message that came to you, so definitely you will think that is what it is. They will tell you type 161 or whatever. You do that, and they've taken some of your credit. I don't know what they do with it. So the whole objective of me saying that next, please, is to, if you're running a contact center, next. If you're running a contact center, it is very critical you look at the type of means of communications with your customer, whereby you can save that issue about fraud and all that. And like we mentioned earlier, there are different means of us reaching out to those customers, be it from a web chat, email, SMS, which we are not encouraging because of what I talked about now from a security perspective, RCS, and those with pretty modern phones, the Apple messaging tool is all tied to what the offering is like. Next. So, I mean, this was what I mentioned earlier, the future of messaging. So, rich communication service, which is pretty interactive, it's secure, it's well protected, it's branded. You can send messages back and forth between your subscribers and the contact center people. And it's also tied in with Facebook, so it's not just tied to WhatsApp or just RCS. Next. So we just call them rich messages. So besides the normal SMS, there's what we call the branded text, whereby you know how it is on Instagram, you have a branded profile, and even Twitter. Yes, that tick and all that. So that's how, I mean, that gives you that confidence that you're getting a message from a confirmed source, if it's XYZ bank or the other. Next. So with our contact center solution, we have what we call the WebEx agents tied into this, which gives you that human-like interactions, be it voice or even when you have your real-time chat with the agent, and it ties across be it scripted mode or autonomous modes. And I will show you that in a small in a small interactive video in a moment. Next, please. So I want you to watch this video to speak about what I talked about earlier about our WebEx agent. Does it have audio? Any audio?
I recently had an MRI scan and I was wondering if my test results are available. I can't see them on the online portal.
I can check that for you. First, can I confirm that I am speaking to David Smith? Can you please confirm your date of birth and zip code to authenticate you?
Yes, I'm David Smith. My date of birth is October 30th, 1980, and my zip code is 33161.
I can see you had your last scan on Friday, the 25th of October. For data privacy and security purposes, I am unable to share the results with you here. Would you like me to schedule a call back with your physician?
Sure, but I'm only available today after 1 o'clock.
All right, let me check your physician's availability in the system. I have scheduled a call back today at 2:15 p.m. Also, I noticed I'm missing a record of your current year health coverage. Can you please send a copy of that? I've just sent you a text and you can reply to that.
I've sent you a photo of my health insurance card.
Thank you, David. I've updated your file with this information. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Yes, if the results show that I need surgery, what's the typical recovery time for a knee operation, as I need to let my work know?
Of course. It is typically 3 to 6 weeks, depending on the surgery required. I've sent you a text and some surgery prep FAQs should you need them. Do you have any further questions for me today?
No, that's great.
What the WebEx agent is like, you can trick this to tie into it, be it a bank, be it a hospital, be it a hotel where you have a contact center. So that was just a typical example of what the AI agent is. You can see that the experience is real of what you would expect from a human agent, but that's a WebEx agent, and it's pretty fast at how we respond to that. But another good thing we have with the WebEx agent is we have like a sandbox in the solution whereby you can write your own script based on what service you're running with for your customers. Like this is tied to, I don't think you can see it well because it's not too clear. It's a hospital platform where you can get a symptom checker that is autonomous, patient onboarding and all that, yeah. So it can be autonomous, like what you have now, it being autonomous ties to the video we just watched earlier. But things like the one that is scripted are things that you've like built and it runs on the platform itself. Next, please. And so you can, once you're customizing, you can actually do a preview on the site to see if that actually fits what you want, be it on the audio part or on the scripted part or the autonomous part. Next. Yes. Can you go one step forward too, please? Yes. So what the expectation of customers are, or for us to have in a modern data center, ties to almost 16 channels of communicating, and how do we get ourselves pretty active to manage all this engagement. We had put all that into perspective while we were working on the WebEx Contact Center solution for our customers. How we've tied the proactive journey and expectation from our customers, and how we've tied in our AI agents, the WebEx AI agents, and how that has been integrated into what the human agents do to make them as effective as possible in engaging with our customers. Next. So we have what we call the WebEx suite. The WebEx Contact Center is cloud-based and totally AI-driven. It has AI components from the beginning till the end. And somebody made mention of responsible AI earlier in one of the sessions, and that has been put into perspective while working on human engagement. You need to know where to have those guardrails when you have all those predefined contexts in engaging with customers, and all that has been put into consideration with what we have. Next, please. And yes, so for you to make contact center agents efficient, we integrated what we call the AI assistant. And the good thing with the AI assistant, next, please. The good thing with the AI assistant, it helps you summarize interactions with customers such that, I give an example of you calling a bank and the line gets cut off. When you call back, the call goes to another agent and he starts asking you new questions all over again. But with the Cisco WebEx Contact Center, it's been summarized. So even if a new agent gets this person who called earlier, he has a history of what that discussion is. So that cuts off time, and you give a response as efficient as possible to the customer. Next, please. Okay, so I mixed it up, sorry. So this is the one I was talking about for dropped calls. The AI assistant actually summarizes dropped calls, so you can take off from where the last engagement was sitting at. Next, please. So the AI assistant has a whole lot of enhancement that has been done as the year has been going on. In terms of when we started working on this, we only had about maybe 5-6 features, but you can see now we have a whole lot from context transfer summaries, drop call summaries I talked about, and even telling you what the customer satisfaction ratings are and how we're going to improve on that. And so far, we have language translations in 13 languages running, which is not a bad thing. It's quite exciting to hear. Next slide, please. So we're ready to help you transform customer experience with AI. And if you're interested or have customers who are interested, we're definitely here to give you that support, I and my team. And thank you. And if there are questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation, Saidu. Any questions? Don't say you're not given an opportunity to ask a question. Okay. Are we in agreement? Okay. Thank you very much, Saidu. All right. Another round of applause for him. So we're going into
we perceive things. IT is pulsing at the heart of today's business, and ManageEngine works towards simplifying IT management for businesses like yours. Enterprise IT management solutions designed to monitor and optimize your IT services, IT operations, IT security, Active Directory and Windows Server, Desk manage the IT and is used by over 2 million IT pros across 190 countries. Real-time IT management solutions for the new speed of business.
Great. So please come and bring your panelists to the front. Emmanuel is the CEO at Tycoin AI. You're on the stage.
These cross-border payments. Okay, let me give a quick overview. There has been a sharp depreciation on the Naira, and the result is that Nigerians are getting more creative, responding through crypto adoption, stable coins, and cross-border payment solution. But is it a threat or is it an opportunity? We will dive into this. I'm Emmanuel Adams, the CEO of Tycoin AI, and with me today to look into and dissect all this, I would bring the best thought leaders that are here with us, starting with Chimezie Chuta. Please, a round of applause as they come up. Mr. Chuta is a prominent figure in the Nigerian blockchain space. He is the founder and coordinator of the Blockchain Nigeria User Group, as well as he is also the chairman of the Nigerian National Blockchain Policy Implementation Steering Committee at the NITIDA, which is focused on enhancing our blockchain ecosystem. Thank you and welcome. Next is Mr. Ademola Idowu. Mr. Ademola Idowu, please come up. He is the acting country manager for Cellulant Nigeria, where he is responsible for overseeing the day-to-day activities, driving business performance, implementing growth strategies and all that, as well as he's the group head of tax for Cellulant globally. And I'm also, welcome sir, I'm also bringing up Mr. Mo Dagogo Hart. I hope I got that right. Okay, welcome sir. He is a multifaceted personality, the CTO of ZAP Africa, as well as he's also a co-founder. Then the last person I'm bringing up, not the least, not in according to any hierarchy, is Dr. Austin Okpago. I hope I got that right too. He is a strategic leader in fintech and payment space. He is currently the country director for Veto in Nigeria, is previously the MD West Africa at JumiaPay, which we all know is the fintech arm of the biggest e-commerce company in Africa. He has worked with OPay, Pega, and the rest. Doctor, you're welcome. Okay. How many mic? You have a mic there? Okay. Okay, what we'll do, okay. Maybe can you sit so, okay. Okay. That's good. Thank you all. Now, I would start with Mr. Shooter. No problem. I'm okay. Media, am I obstructing? Thank you. As the head of the National Blockchain Policy, how does the government official stance? How does the government official stance on blockchain intersect with the reality of crypto and stablecoin adoption in Nigeria?
All right. Thanks for that question, and much appreciation for the organizers of this event and for participants for taking out time to attend to the sessions that have been rolling out. So once again, I want to introduce what we do at the steering committee. A couple of years ago, I think in 2022, the federal government constituted and pursued a national blockchain policy that was designed to bring in some kind of clarity and direction to the technology, and NIDA championed that initiative. And the primary purpose was to bring the needed trust and acknowledgement of the existence of the technology. Of course, the industry was already rolling, and Nigerians were already utilizing the technology. So what the policy was supposed to be doing, and what it's still doing right now, is to create a clear direction of what government expects the innovators and adopters of the technology to be able to do. The policy does not in any way outrightly dive into crypto, so to speak, but the policy focuses majorly on use cases that government think are priority for itself and for innovators to focus on. Things like utilities for blockchain technology, whether it has to do with identity or certificate authentication, or generally improving governance processes, as it were. So currently, the policy steering committee is a little bit on a pause, because in Nigeria we have a lot of issues with consistency. When you have an administration come in and another administration work on something, the new administration steps it down, wants to do its own job and all of that. But the losers in the game is the generality of Nigerians and people who are utilizing this technology, and they are hoping to be early runners in the innovation space. But that being said, we have moved from probably being a chaotic ecosystem to a theoretical one, because that's what I can tell you now that the policy have done. It has created some kind of theory about what the innovation space should look like. But we need to move beyond the theory and get to the real adoption. And that's where a more focused policy direction through the implementation of the drafts that already exist will be very, very needed. And until that is done, the fragmented space will continue to create an opportunity for different people to do different things in the industry without clear direction of what they really are expected to do. Okay, so we are seeing that the Security and Exchange Commission, who are also part of the implementation committee, are also working on a whole lot of regulations that will give teeth to the policy to be able to do what it's supposed to do. But much of it is still fragmented and partial in terms of lifting the bans on crypto. Even though we have SEC Nigeria recently, I think last year, passing the act, the Investment Act that recognizes crypto and all of that. But why do I call it partial? Because we still have the websites of most of the companies that were even under license and incubation, they are being blocked. And you can see also that the major exchanges and platforms, blockchain technology platforms, they're all being blocked. And these are really hurting innovation generally. And they need to understand direction that is clear, can bind this whole thing together and bring the benefits to the generality of Nigerian people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ademola, from a tax perspective, what are the primary challenges in regulating and taxing income derived from cryptocurrency trading and cross-border payments?
All right. Thank you very much. So taxation obviously is a very interesting conversation across not just Africa, but indeed globally. And when you begin to imagine how cryptos and virtual assets generally are subject to tax, I think one of the things that jump out would be the fact that most of the regulations, most of the laws that we have across Africa in particular, they are laws that came into place way before the emergence of these digital assets. So that's the first thing that we need to think about, that those laws are pretty much dated, and they haven't really been able to factor in the realities of the digital assets. So what has then happened is that there is so much uncertainties as to how we subject those things to tax. I think in Nigeria just recently, through the work done by the Presidential Tax Reforms Committee, we've seen that Nigeria has found a way to introduce digital assets into the tax framework to commence from January 2026. But when we then go beyond that, think about what the challenges could be generally, I think the very first thing that we can think of is how do we even begin to classify these assets, right? Are we going to classify it as a commodity? Are we going to classify it as a property? Are we even going to classify it as an intangible asset? So those uncertainties obviously shape the rules around how we then subject them to tax. So take, for instance, if you're classifying those digital assets as a form of property, so the question then becomes, when you make a gain from transactions in those properties, should we be taxing it as a form of capital gains tax? If you decide to classify it as a commodity which you trade every day, then it becomes almost like a daily trading activity. So should we then be taxing it as income tax, say company's income tax, or even personal income tax? And if you then decide to classify it as a form of financial instruments, in which case we say that you're rendering a form of financial services in quotes, do we even say that should be exempt from tax? And indeed, if we look across Africa, when you think about a country like Ghana or even Tanzania or Kenya, those markets have specific rules that exempt financial services from value-added tax. In Nigeria, we don't have that rule. So the question then becomes, should we assume that trading in crypto is a form of financial service, in which case it then exempt it from CGT? So those are a lot of uncertainties. And even moving further from that, you also begin to think about the timing of subjecting those instruments to tax. So should it be at a point of exchange, right? Should it be at the point of maybe when you even acquire those assets? Should it be at the time when you derive the real gain? So again, there are no regulatory clarities around those. And if we also think about it in terms of the challenges that the tax authority might even face, most crypto wallets, operate as a form of pseudo-anonymous platform, right? So you really can't track a lot of these transactions. So there's even not enough data for the tax authorities across Africa or across the world, really, to really capture it, except the ones that you are probably trading on or transacting on regulated platforms. So those are a lot of challenges that we see. And Another important point that we can also take note of is even in terms of knowledge or education around these digital assets. Tax authorities are still even trying to understand exactly how the assets operate. So you can't basically administer what you don't understand. So that itself is also another form of challenge that we then have to think of how to address, right? And I mean, there are just pretty much a lot of issues around this. So they remain an evolving matter. And as regulations keep evolving, hopefully we can then have defined rules around how we subject crypto and other digital assets to taxation.
Okay, thank you so much. My next point of call will be to Mr. Austin. Veto Nigeria is in the B2B cross-border payment space. How has the Naira volatility impacted your clients, and how are solutions like your services helping them navigate this instability?
Sure. Thanks for that question. So if you look at the topic, Naira in crisis, maybe this could be true a couple of months ago, maybe not the same today, or even yesterday. Let me give you a typical example of what has happened the last 1 week. Naira has gained 10 Naira, 15 Naira, and back and lost that same value within 24 hours. And this volatility creates a lot of issues for businesses. At Verto, what we do is to support businesses in terms of cross-border payments globally. Today, what we've done is to create a platform that allows businesses to have access to multi-currency wallets. Today, we support up to 50 different currencies. If you're a Nigerian business and you want to really hedge against the volatility, not 100% proof, of course, because we are able to empower you with the right tool where if you don't want to keep your revenue or your funds in local currency, for example, NGN, you can diversify your portfolio across multiple currencies. It could be GBP, USD, it could be Kenyan shillings. You can think of all the emerging market currencies in Africa. That's on one hand. And also solutions that fintechs such as Verto are providing for businesses also allow them to be able to navigate the unpredictability of the market. For example, we saw a business that had to do a transaction by 12 midnight. You know why? Because there is this surge of change in value within like 6 p.m. the same day, right? And you know what happened is the banks shut their doors by 4 p.m. Trading closes at a certain time. As a business owner, you want to do transactions across, regardless of the time, especially when you have clients or businesses that operate, for example, in China, with a lot of time difference. So you're constrained to do business because of time difference within your bank. So the solutions that fintechs, right, are providing is essentially to ensure that businesses have the right set of authorization to predict what the market will say, not necessarily 100%, but also to add them with the right tool to make them to, among other things, save money. As you know, it takes between 3 to 5 days for cross-border payment to be consummated. Today, with what fintechs are doing, those settlements can happen in an instant. I'm sure we'll talk about stablecoin and how that is shaping the way businesses are doing transactions today, where rather than wait for 2 to 3 days for that transaction to land in your client's account, you probably will have lost between 6 to 7% of that value. But with technology, that settlement happens almost near instant. In some cases, same day settlement, in some cases, T+1. And that saves a lot of headache and resources for businesses.
Not to mention the costs.
Not to mention the cost. And one of the vital things really is the cost. Today, there was a research by McKinsey and Company that businesses lose between 6% in fees to cross-border payments. And for SMEs in Africa, that's a lot of money, where the margin is becoming thinner and thinner. You don't even probably make up to 6% in revenue, like in on income, but you're losing that already, to cross-border payment fees. And what we're doing basically at Verto is, why should you convert your Naira to USD before you can pay a customer in Ghana, right, or in Kenya?
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And across the process, as you do that conversion, you're losing value. Today, there are businesses that need to pay supplier in China that will have to first change that to USD and then change that to CNY. That is changing, and that's one of the things we do at Verto. Today, you can typically pay a business in their local currency without you necessarily having to own a business in that country. So what we've done is to give you access to a local account number without you having to even be registered in that country to collect payment from your customers or to even disburse to suppliers. And the one thing we've noticed is to save up that cost that I said earlier on about transaction fees. 6% is massive, and you can do that decision by yourself and in real time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Austin. I would move to Mr. Moore. As a CTO, what technological innovations are you seeing that are making cross-border payments with crypto faster, cheaper, and more accessible to the average Nigerian?
Thank you so much for that question. First of all, I want to say it's an honor to be here, and I want to thank everyone for attending and the organizers of this event. To answer your question, I'll say that there are many innovations and there are many technological advances that have caused stable coins and crypto to enhance cross-border payments and improve the speed, improve the access, and also improve the cost. So I'll start with speed. Like he said over there, he talked about how stable coins have helped reduce the time it takes for cross-border payments. Because usually, if you go to the bank and you want to send money abroad, it usually takes 2-3 days, and sometimes even business days, right? And with stable coins, initially when crypto first came out, Bitcoin used to take about 10 minutes to confirm transactions. But with the rise of stable coins and even layer 2 blockchains, we've seen transactions happen in an instant with something like with the Lightning chain, right? And so that's really improved the speed, and you can easily settle your transactions using crypto and have those transactions settled in an instant. And I don't think the traditional finance systems have been able to figure that out. So I would say crypto has helped with speed there. And when it comes to cost, so crypto transactions are generally extremely cheap. If we look at what really causes transactions to be expensive, it is usually the amount of middlemen in those transactions, because everybody wants a cut, right? But with crypto, there's only one middleman, and the middleman is the technology. And the technology is like mathematics, right? And computers. So it really cuts down the cost. There's no human involved to take a percentage from your transaction. And this has made it extremely cheap. An average crypto transaction would be about 1 cent. I remember there was some news last year. Somebody transferred $2.5 billion once on crypto, and he paid about 2 cents for the transaction. And that's almost impossible in the traditional financial system, because you can't even transfer $2.5 billion that easily, that quickly, and that cheaply. But with cryptocurrency, it makes it extremely easy to transfer large sums of money for really low amounts. Bitcoin on average, a transaction of Bitcoin is about $3 on average. But then with the newer blockchains, like the stable coins, for example, Ethereum and Binance, you can transfer and be sure that you're only going to spend like less than 10 cents. And that's really unheard of, right? And then when it comes to access, because of how much like innovation is happening in crypto and how many new startups are like coming up and creating products that users can easily engage in and users can easily use, I would say that the access has really improved. And another thing is like to use crypto, you only need internet. And I think everyone has access to the internet, or almost everyone. So yeah, that basically like improves the access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would return to you, Mr. Shooter, in a minute, not more than a minute, sir. Can you give us the current status of the e-Naira and what specific measures the government is taking to drive its adoption as an alternative to the everyday crypto transactions?
e-Naira barely has less than 1% success rate. Okay, so because poor design, poor rollout, poor integration, and ecosystem embedding that is required, it was not done. So as far as I'm concerned, it's still a policy goal that I won't call it failed, but if they rejig it and reorganize it, maybe we'll have a chance of survival, because we need to see e-Naira in POS. We need to see Naira in merchant stores. We need to see e-Naira being used by people in daily transactions and all of that. Until that happens, then it's a bogus policy that the CBN is pursuing. So for now, I wouldn't rate that as a successful program.
Okay, on that note, I would say currently they shut down and they are redoing, and they are saying they will bring these things on board. They had it before, but it didn't work. But maybe they have learned some things and they want to do it better. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ademola, in a minute, can you tell me the role of fintech companies in bridging the gap between traditional finance and crypto-driven economy to ensure a more inclusive and stable financial ecosystem?
All right, thank you. Maybe quickly before, I'll still stay within my 1 minute, right? I work with Cellulant, which is a payment processing company that has operations across 24 markets in Africa. And we support a lot of companies, global and local, in their activities on a daily basis. So if I then think about the role of fintechs, in bridging the crypto gap, really, I think one of the key things that we need to understand is how fintech can support the government that would support crypto at anti-money